Then he first. I thought you were gonna sleep, you know, all that. What happened? Worked too much? Worked too long? All that? I guess. I don't know. Cat, hi, welcome on. Yeah, no, I know you said you were dead from your emote, so I said go back to sleep. That's not he sleepy, just he dead. So if he dead, he need rest. If he need rest, goes back to sleep, you know. The classic. Cat, did you sleep? Nice record indeed. Hi, Ashley. Good. 10 a.m. How was you? You slept 16 hours? I don't believe you. I have doubts. All right. I have doubts. 16 hours? You? 16 hours? Which messages? Ashley, which one? Denny, hi, welcome on in. Do I read you from here? From here? Yeah, I do. You can't see your own messages in chat, but we can see them in chat. Right. There. Things. It's a disappearing feature. I don't know what. I had an okay weekend. I tried to relax and do relaxing things, and I ended up doing not exactly that. Well, you know, we're good. We're good. It is Monday. I mean, for some of you, it's still not Monday. Like, for some of you that are in the US. Oh, in Canada, still late night Sunday. It is Monday for me, though, so things have happened. The weekend activities have been pretty non-existent. I went to see if we could find like some Kit Kats for what we talked about on Friday. And I just found the strawberry one, which are not the best ones. So I bought them. I don't like them, but we'll see. Thanks a lot for the streak. 25 stream streaks. That's a long time. But yeah. And then some of the things that were pretty interesting is the discussion that we had on Friday about resume, CV, portfolio, all of that. Probably the big tech giant mic recording things that are in my house, that and also my phone and my computer, decided to probably share the information that we talked about on stream with each other. And so my feed on TikTok has been filled with resume advice, job seeking, interviews, questions type of thing. So that's pretty neat. So all of the things that I said basically Friday, I just got them back in video format from other creators. So that's pretty good, meaning that I said things that made sense for other resume expert. I don't get it. Like, how can you be like a resume expert? It's kind of weird. But yeah, you only get 450 points for 25 streams in a row. Kinda, yeah. Kinda not good. What do you mean Adblocker is such an amazing tool? Not really. It depends. It's good for the user, it's not good for the creators, depending on which platform you're on. If you're on Amazon, yes, ad blockers are great. If you're on Pinterest, ad blockers are great as well. But if you're like on YouTube, you need like you want to support the creators that you have watching, maybe ad blocker is not that great. I don't know. Yeah, you get 450 anytime you redeem it. So basically, Ashley has been redeeming it 25 times, so she got 25 times 450 points. Which is pretty nice. It's a pretty good amount. It's a pretty good amount. Holy shit, I can't speak. So things happened during the weekend. Also, I took a screenshot that is pretty good in my views. The person on the internet that I don't really like the content, but still is in my feed, posted this thing, which is hard to solve peels, saying that most design influencers don't have any design experience, coming from someone who is a design influencer, which I think is pretty nice that he saying himself that he has no design experience, even though he does. But still, that was a fun screenshot, so I had to grab this one. And then Kane shared a stenograph keyboard type of thing, which is kind of impressive, but I don't think I would have the brain power to learn how to type on a stenograph keyboard, where you need to type on most, if not all, of the letters of a word at the same time to get a word out. And my brain being like, letters don't make sense. Probably not process that. So that happened. You have something against the way that they are presented to you? I don't think you could make an ad 5 times more expensive. I'm trying to think about the economics of ads on like YouTube, for example, because that's the one that comes to mind. The way that the price is made for an ad is the advertiser needs to pay Google a certain amount, and then that certain amount is then spread across creators based on the amount of time that specific ads is viewed on their channel, I think. But then the prices that the advertiser is paying is based on the potential expected amount of views and click through. So basically YouTube is saying, we have that creator that is generating that amount of views, we can put your ads there. It's not as specific as that, but like Vaguely, that's the thing. And so based on that, the usual proportion of users that will see your ads will click on it is usually something around 1 to 10% of the global views. And so basically the advertiser is paying a certain amount of money to make sure that the returns that they have on that investment, the ROI, all that, is interesting. So in order for the model that you just said to work, I think the best model for that is the YouTuber or creator themselves to have integrated ads in their videos, like the sponsor segments of any YouTuber. Like these things are most likely going to be the best return, because that, how do you say that? I'm searching for the words. It's not investment, that when someone is vouching for, fuck me brain, let's say vouch, endorsement. Yes, thank you. That endorsement from the creator themselves to their audience has a higher return than if it's just something that is talked about. Like if I'm telling you that, I don't know, it's because I have that on my desk, that the AirPods are the best earbuds that I've tested in years, the probability of you buying AirPods is higher than if you just had an Apple ad saying that the AirPods are the best earbuds in years, right? Just because you have the relationship with the person. So in order for the business move that you said, which I absolutely agree with you, I don't give a shit either, but it's just like for the capitalistic model that we are living in to work, we would need something that ensure that the return and the endorsement is higher. So it would probably mean that it would impact the amount of work that the advertisement platform is putting in for the advertiser. Ellie, hi, welcome on in. How are you? So if we wanted to make them 5 times more expensive from the advertiser point of view, right? Let's say today they pay 1K for an ad, not true, but we want them to pay 10K now for an ad spot, in order for that specific ad to be viewed just once, or to limit the amount of ads per user. That's a lot of math that I obviously don't know how to do because I'm just a designer, but it could potentially work. But that's the same thing as usual. It's the currently the ads segments are getting more expensive for each advertisers because there is more and more viewers or watchers on platforms, but they still want the same return. So they want the cheapest ad spots with the highest return possible, where technically, I think if it was like a switch or toggle, something that says I want high quality boss. Actually, I read your message. High quality ads, not plenty. Like I'm willing a toggle that says I'm willing to watch a 3-minute ads once every 2 hours instead of 7 30-second ads or 6 30-second ads every 3 hours. Meh. I think I've been on one of your streams at some point. Lurking. And you raided last year. Yeah. That sounds like a normal thing for you. How are you, Ellie? How is the day? How is everything? Yeah, we have too many Italians here. That's not true. But yeah. This morning I did the morning warm-ups. I don't really like it. I feel like I've missed some details here and there.
L_B_Ashley gifted Ellie 78,456 a subscription. L_B_Ashley gifted a tier 1 sub to Ellie 78456. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
2! Thanks a lot for that. It doesn't. Denny. It doesn't. If you look at it closely, like the highlight here is higher than what I did on this thing. And the bottom one is pretty good. And the shadow at the bottom is close, but it's not bad. The shadow on the sides though are better because these are just mushed up mess of pixel because of the compression. But yeah. I like how Stream Element said Ellie's name in 2 different formats. So we had 78,456, and then we also have 784,456. 2 way of saying that. So yeah, but thanks a lot for the gifted sub, Ashley. I appreciate it. I mean, if someone gifted 78,000 subs, first of all, I don't think Twitch allows that amount. I think the maximum that you can do is like 1,000 at a time. Not even. I think it's 200 at a time at a maximum. You can't do 500 gift bombs. Maybe you can. I don't know. Whatever. I think it's. I have a memory of 1,000 max. So, right, all of that. 100 max. So if it's 100 max, you need 70 times. 78 times 100. No, not even. 780 times 100. For what? Not an option. A lot of money though. Please do that. But yeah, nonetheless, that was this morning warm-up type of thing. I wanted to do some prototype as well for warm-up, but I didn't because I'm lazy. I have another one that I kind of want to do soon, and I also want to take a look at this thing soon because yeah, we have plenty of things for the assignment, Denny. As said, I have my locked pin board specific to me, with currently 52 pins. I think this one is going to be pretty simple for me, based on the way that we've done the previous stories. This one being like a very, 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 very identical shapes. Like it's 4 times the exact same shape. That is way easier to get compared to what we had last time. So I think that this one could be pretty good. And also I want to do this because it is extremely simple. So I might do that tomorrow. I don't know yet. I still have a lot of papers to do. Like this one is pretty nice, but it's white. So apparently white visuals, white papers have less attraction, less color, less attraction, less interactions, less views, all of that. So yeah, there is plenty of paper-based things that I want to do, like these things. Like this is fun. This specific element right there, this is real fun to achieve. Like the amount of how can I say that, flexibility around it, that's fun. It's pretty easy, similar to what you sent me last week, Denny, the side button type of thing, where you had like one singular angular gradients. Yeah. This one is down on the list because it happens to be coming later on. Let me see. I think it's around March-ish. I think it's around here. All of the things that we have been already set. Like I have the one for tomorrow already. It's also set in the if you've seen the schedule story post for this week, you know what it's gonna be. You just don't know exactly which one it is, but you do have an idea of what that thing is gonna be. So yeah, we have a glass play button to do. Maybe. And then there's this one. This one is really simple and yeah. What I like about these, other than flexing, because right, let's be honest, flexing is pretty neat. The goal every time is to make them or create them with the least amount of layers. So for this one, for example, it's like 1, 2, 3 layers, and maybe some sort of a texture on top of everything. But even then, not sure. This is really simple and interesting. This one is going to be really angular gradients. Like you have one that has the center around here with a straight line, and then the rest is the same color, same thing here. So yeah. All right. We can have that. We have an official topic of the day, so we may do that a bit later. But yeah. And Ellie, have a good look. I appreciate that. I used to gift a lot of subs when I was in a lot of other people's streams. But now that everyone is asleep when I'm streaming, or when I can watch, that's not gonna happen. I opened this because that was pretty interesting. These IDs from the Magic Leap tool were from like a long time ago, and they look really close to what the Apple Vision Pro have. And then in there is like a lot of, once again, interesting interface behaviors. There was one, I hope it's still there. There was this one for the behavior of tooling inside of VR, AR headset, which is good, and I think that a lot more people needs to read about that, or these behaviors. These ones are based on the Joy-Con, whatever it's called, for navigation, but still, these things are really, really interesting, and I would recommend anyone to check them out. The one that I had in mind, though, is the circular headset positioning, like this one, where you can basically move around and see things, and it is a curved environment. And currently what people are doing with the creation of AR environment is this: creating flat surfaces in front of the person. Some people are doing a bit of curved, but it's kind of not good. So yeah, try to, if you are interested in that development of UI, which I would highly recommend, you at least take a look at how it's made, how it could be enhanced and all that. Take a look at AR and VR UI build. That will help. So, officially, it is Discovery Monday. So we have a new tool that we are gonna explore today. I am kind of scared of it. Let's be honest. I feel like it's gonna be easy to grasp, but also limited in my ability to understand what are the things that I can do in there. And obviously, hi, thank you for the Zoom. So this thing is called Modyfi, with the Y and I swapped. And it is a new type of visual creation tool. I don't really grasp what it's supposed to be for. It seems to be a mix in between Rive and Photoshop and CodPen, which is kind of wild. So you can create interactive animated things, the animated part being the most important sections. The interactive is a secondary feature on that specific tool. It looks, from what I can see here, it looks like a familiar environment, so I think would be okay in there. So that's why I'm saying it will be pretty easy to grasp, I think. But then from the creations and the thing that people have done so far, there is like so much animations done that I'm interested. Cat, have a good shower. And so in there is like, once again, a lot of motion, a lot of interaction-based things to be created, but you have something based in the AI realm, because obviously that's what everyone is talking about. If you have no understanding of what you can do, you can just ask or type what you want to do, and it will generate things for you without really having to do anything. So that seems interesting-ish. I don't know how much that is, but this overall landing page is kind of overwhelming for me with the amount of features that you have. So let's log in. and see what we have. I have an account there, but I have never used or created a project, so we will have the exact experience as a newcomer, which is what I wanted to have compared to last 2 times where we had different things. No, I'm not making a business with ChatGPT, but this one is pretty... It's not exact. I don't think it's ChatGPT behind the AI features that they are using, but it could be the same model in the back. It's just the way that they have to translate the user prompt into actionable actions inside of their tools, which is interesting. So, once again, exercise being really simple. When we arrive on the platform for the first time, what do we see? What can we do? What do we expect? Over that, we have the file section in the center with walkthrough, templates, and tutorials at the top, which is great. That is exactly what we were lacking in Rive. We have our files when we have files. On the left side, we have a big pink button to create a new project, which is the same thing as this. Good. Recent files or project, your project, shared with me because it's the same thing as Figma. Once again, multi-cursor is a thing. And then we have prompts to get access to experimental features. And the Discord. So that's good. Documentation for getting started, which I think will be a crosscut of the tutorials. What's new when we have updates, get helps, and then some settings. So far, so good. So let's see a new project, how it is, what's the interface, what can we do, what can we expect to do. So, first thing first, we have a prompt that tells us that the command K is to add modifier generating images with AI and more. It's just a hotkey. Have a good job section time thing, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. So we have the inspiration tab on the side, and we have the beta thing that it's telling us that because it's a beta, we might find some bugs. That's good. That is great. I love that. I love that. Cool. So we have the Canva, which I'm guessing is the layer list, looking extremely close to Figma. Not gonna say anything, but it is the same color, the same icon. It seems to be the same height of line for the elements. So that is familiarity at its best. And then because we have the Canva that is selected right here, we have the inspector with specific values available. Cool. Let's close that. If I click around, I'm losing my inspector. Click back. We're good. We have the notification, what's new type of thing. Cool. Export, add, going back to the projects. Click on that. Alignment is at the bottom, which we are usually seeing them at the top, so that's pretty different. And then on the side we have manipulate your design, import images, AI thing, those presets, I don't know what that is, motion effects, and then generate an image with AI. Cool. Documentation, things, whatever. I wish this could go back in, be retracted. But everything is here with the tutorials, with the preset and examples so that you can like load them, I'm guessing, and have a bit of an idea of things working, not working, all of that. I think it's pretty good. Anywho, add. So I just have 0 credit, so that might not work, but yeah, like I don't know if that works, but if it does, that could be fun. So I said the prompt was a salmon maki sushi type of thing, in a broccoli suit, because I saw an author in a broccoli suit on TikTok earlier today. That's what my brain said. Okay, cool. So if that's what we have the prompt that is taking the, or the layer itself is taking the prompt. So that's pretty nice. Let's see if we can split the layers. I know that we could have like the foreground and background as a split thing. So let's see how that works. It is really high quality for what it is. So I do like that. It's not really realistic when I'm looking at it. Like the broccoli itself is good. The salmon is great. But the broccoli itself, also that's a really weird thing. So I do understand. Now that we splitted, also, I don't know why the sidebar disappeared, but whatever. We splitted the background and foreground thing. So it did something in the background that is kind of weird. Anyways, that's interesting. I'm thinking is, can we have a modifier on the text itself? On the, not on the text, on the image. I don't think we can. That's interesting. Can we make the logo bigger? Maybe. maybe. I don't want a text effect. I want an image effect. But apparently that isn't an option. So that's interesting. GK, hi, welcome in. This is not the next Figma challenge. No. Right now it is just experimenting with Modyfi, which is a pretty interesting app itself. I hope I should have done that, which is not the case. I'm a dumbass on that thing. But that should give you the right website, I hope. Doubt it. We never know. This is pretty interesting. So adding the modifier thing added a modifier, or is currently adding a modifier between the foreground and the background. So it's modifying the background without touching the foreground because we splitted the layers. But if I'm moving the modifier on top of the salmon maki broccoli thing, we are getting the effect on everything, which is pretty nice to know. It's really fun to experiment with that. I'm putting a Mackie into a broccoli suit, which was the prompt. Don't ask me why. It's just that's what happened. That's what my brain said. Oh yeah, 100%. That's what we need to do. We have so many fucking things. Danny, the difference between what you are used to do right now with web design and a web app type of thing is the amount of time it will take you. You can triple or quadruple the amount of time it will take to create an app compared to just a landing page. A landing page, if you are someone who does that on the regular, will take you a day and a half, 2 days to get like the overall ID layout, and then you can spend a week or the entire week to get like the details and all that. An app is going to take you a week and a half to get the flow of each of the screens, to see how they go together and how it works and how it doesn't work, and that's the base. And then you have another 2 weeks to check the edge cases, making sure that, oh yeah, if the user here is implementing, I don't know, too many image upload, then there might be some issues. So all of these is to be taken into consideration, and it takes more time, but that's the main difference. Overall, it's but yeah, congrats. It's always good news. These all right, so I'm freaking out about the speed of the preview of the modifiers. These are great. Like the fact that I can just hover the effect and have the entire thing done without really having to think about it. That's great. That is great. So I wanted to add a bit of a bloom, and then if I put the bloom underneath the lens distortion, I have that. That's pretty cool. If I put the bloom on everything, yeah. This this modifier placement is really interesting to me. So just take a look at that. It's the easy pattern refraction, so we can do some glass and we can pixelate shit to be Japanese style sushi. Yeah, that's great. That is great. So web app will be mostly UX. But I mean, the visual is pretty important as well. I'm not gonna lie there. Like if the visuals of your web apps are not really yeah, if it's not, once again, from what I said last week, if it's not at the level of the market right now, it might feel outdated. I know that you will have the right UI kit as a base or style as a base to use, but you know, we'll be okay. Okay, so adding a motion effect will give me that oscillator thing. I wish I could change that. Oh, it's even easier than what I thought it would be. So we just have an oscillation motion, and then by clicking on one of the values, I'm getting directly the effect with the oscillation added to that. Interesting. So just by clicking, let me explain there. Just by clicking on the value itself, it's adding the motion directly to it, meaning that then it's just gonna cycle through my timeline without me having to do anything. Just kind of crazy. You can change the phase. I'm guessing I can change the amount of cycles that I want. I guess, yeah. So right now I made the curve really slow. I don't like this thing at the bottom though, let's be honest. The fact that the UI is moving in and out every time something changes, making my initial canvas move in terms of visibility. Like if I had multiple motion effects and I wanted to check how they look, if I just disable one, add one, all of that, they might be annoying to have that bump. Also because it's also there when I'm hovering that section. So I wish that could be locked. Not really know how to do that, but we'll see. When you say perspective, what do you mean? As in creating a perspective, 3D perspective switch? I guess yes. I guess you can have a modifier that would be a tilt, like 3D. Like a transform. Maybe. Maybe not. The amount of shit that we can have and add on top of everything is just crazy to me. Oh, that's a camera positioning. So yes, that's probably going to be an option. How? I don't know. I don't think a lens distortion would do anything, to be honest. I also think that the motion all the time is not as good. It doesn't seem to have a 3D axis type of rotation, as far as I can tell, right here, which is interesting. But the Fable would give you the option, yes. That might be easier. Then this one being, I don't really know how to do that yet. Might not work. Yeah, there is the thing in Photoshop where you can create a perspective grid, which doesn't seem to be here. Like I can't just take one of the points and extend that. I kind of need to, like, everything is set. And these motion modifiers are very much text-based, nothing else. And technically the example that you just gave me is almost easier to do in Figma with the skew plugin. Like changing the skew from frame 1 to frame 2 is just like a tilt from the center with a bit of a shift while it's rotating. That should be easier to do, but you know, I don't know. I don't know. But that's true that we don't, or it doesn't seem to have a lot of 3D transform right here. It's not that tough, though. Like, basically what you want is you have your frame that is gonna be... what did I do? Right. I'm doing like a very small 1080. You have that, and then what you want to have is inside of it you want an image that will have I think a pattern, like a basic pattern could, yeah, something like this. You have just that, and in order for the tilt to work you just use the the skew plugin, which for some reason never want to stay in why is it just now that it doesn't really do the thing that I want it to do? Yeah. It's a 3D transformer. That's more or less what I wanted to have. You basically have to go from here to the other side. Where is this? Right there. Oh, it's inserting images. Damn it. It used to work with skew, but yeah, you just want this transition from a specific amount of rotation to another specific amount of rotation, and that's it. And then you can see how the frame around that element is going higher and lower. You just want to make sure that the frame stay the same and your camera is staying in the center. So that's about it. Technically, with the thing that I had in mind, it's just because it was in skew in the first plugin, the first skew plugin that works, and that is now paid. You just had to say it's like frame 1, frame 2, that's it, and smart animate in between the two. But now, because it's paid, and also because you can't do the Z-axis transition, can't do that. But it used to be an option. Anyways, can we check the not template? I know that you have like a lot of 3D looking things. Like that thing, which, bitch, you loud. Did you see that, like that transition that we've seen just there? That is basically what you wanted to do. Sorry for the... Let me put that at a slow ass playback speed. That transition in the background is basically what you want to have. So it is feasible. How? Because this thing was fucking loud as fuck. Anywho. What I can see is that it is feasible in a way. I don't really know exactly how. But that's interesting. Okay. That's for the light source. I'm guessing it's a transition positioning of the light positioning itself, which is what they're trying to accomplish here, which makes sense. Right, but they're changing right there. And then change the colors and shit. That's pretty simple. Then it creates that fake 3D things for you. But this is still on a flat element. The example that we have there is on the flat element, but still not exactly flat. That makes sense. So I don't know. It's some sort of a distortion. Yeah, but it's not a lens distortion modifier. It could, but that's already what we have, right? Alright. I'm not gonna try to achieve that specific thing just yet. Just want to see things how they are. I have a feeling that I've already, which is kind of fast compared to the previous one, already seen most of the things that we can achieve with this tool, which is great because it's limiting, but also you just have to experiment and explore with it. So basically, once you have added your main image or generated your main image, you can then split it into multiple layers. Apparently, it just split it into 2. I was hoping that it would split in just like 3. Like the first one layer blurred here, the middle part, and then background. But apparently it just did a remove background around the main subject and then reintroduced the background. So I don't know how much splitting we can do. Maybe we can like modify these things again, like splitting these layers again, but I doubt that it would work. Anyways, you have these abilities to generate images and generate things, but you also have the ability to type what you want to do based on the filter and modifier that exists in the tool, which is pretty interesting. And then the base thing that you really need to have an exploration with is testing out everything. Like if you're here and you just want to see how a modifier will do something, you can just hover the modifier itself and get an effect in no time to make sure that it's what you were supposed to get. So I do like that. I don't like the interface jump. Like these are I kind of understand that it's in order to mask and simplify the UI to push you to use the Command K rather than something else. But I wish it could stay up when you have something like when you have a time-based animation added, which is the case on these tiny orange dots. Added to a layer or added to the composition that you are doing, having that fucking thing stable, non-moving would be great, because that's fucking annoying. The fact that the content in the center is just moving around, that's pissing me off. But, right, the simplicity, once again, really, really there, and I'm sure you could create really cool animations with all of that, mainly because all of the effects have like a really, really easy way of playing with them. Like you can really animate them if you wanted to. I don't think you could animate based on sound. We don't know. But if it could, I'm sure you could create things that are sound related on the interactions animations, and then there are things that we've seen in the previews earlier. That was, I think it's a motion based interaction, but it needs to have a trigger that is your pointer, and that I don't know how we could do that. Yeah. That's interesting. But yeah, the drag property is kind of good to me. That's the thing that I kind of like. Like you just drag a thing and it creates the animation for you without you having to do anything, which is pretty it's pretty interesting. I don't really see I mean, I guess that's my main thing. I don't really see use cases for a product designer like me just yet. I think it could be really easy to create something like an animated background or transition in between screen, like in between two stages of an app. But other than that, I don't really see use cases for us. It's gonna take more time to integrate these and make them make sense compared to Fable, for example, or Rive that we were testing last week. Because Rive can give you an idea of interactions. Once again, I talked with Refused on Discord about that. The use case for Rive is to create things that are hardly your dev would have a hard time to code the animation. And so if your designer can create the animation in an implementable way in one click, that is better than having your dev spend like a week and a half on a transition. But here, because it's more or less a graphic design type of platform, I have a feeling that it would be easier to play with like animated banners or posters, movie posters, things like this. That could be pretty nice. The speed at which it's generating images and generating slices in between the potential layers, that is pretty interesting. I'm thinking about a way that we could integrate that type of split into like Sony's app, for example. Not really saying that it could or should be done, but if on hover of a poster we had the logo that just came in the z-index by like a z-index 5, so it looks further up and it follows the cursor, you have some sort of a 3D-ish element. So that's something that you could easily do with a tool like this one, so that you split the layers with AI. I don't think it's really AI behind that's done that. It's just like, oh, we've seen that detecting the edges is a specific algorithm. Cool. But yeah, other than that, it's a pretty... Maybe I'm missing something. So I feel sad because the previous tools took us somewhere around 2 to 3 hours to grasp the entirety of the tool and what was available to do in there. And then this one basically took me 40 minutes to explore the UI, but now I feel like I have grasped everything. And I'm not missing anything. Mainly because it is a graphic design tool, so everything is the same as usual. It's just a matter of adding effects, adding layers, playing with them, adding animation to these layers. As I can see, we have blend modes, we have highlights, lighting, transitions, all of that. Just pretty easy. Like this one, for example, is probably an image that has been imported from Unsplash that then has been splitted into foreground and background. and then the background has a texture or a modifier, and that is, or at least it seems like a very, very, very easy thing to do. Like, let's find one that is classic. Can I just do that? Can I just do that? No, can't do that. You click here. Okay, that was kind of weird. Can I then split the layers? Let's see. It already looked like this fucking picture has been AI generated for the hairs. So, you know, we never know. We never know. So now we have that and that. So the effect that we have or wanted to do is a modifier that is a pattern modifier like this one with a size that would be like way smaller and probably is one of these. And yes, I don't know if she exists. I am unsure. And she's been used, which sounds really weird, but she's been used a lot in all of the years of designs. But yeah, that's basically the effect that was added. So that's pretty nice. And then the second one was a grayscale a grayscale patterns done at the in the background from the documentation that we were just looking at. That's basically it. Then you just have to play with that. Shit, not that. That's pretty nice. That's pretty easy. As I said, like that's a very, very simple way to just play with the transitions and the effect that you could have on something like a hover state or a book cover. I'm thinking about book cover because of what we've seen in the past. Baffled. Hi, welcome on in. It is Personal Girl. Yes, Personal Girl number 1, similarly to Personal Girl number 2. That is the Reddit that we have seen many times. Too often. Like this guy. This one. All of these. Way overused. But yeah. That is pretty interesting. As said, like for a poster, for a book cover, that could be really interesting. Apparently, we cannot modify 3D wise. So that is weird. So you can draw things. Cool. How are you, Baffled? How is your day going? All of that. Yeah. It is really interesting to me. I feel like I'm limited in the things that I can do or could be able to do in that tool without really, because I don't really know what else can I add or play with that interface. But overall, it is really simple to grasp, as I said, and like really easy if you have quick animations to do or quick iterations to a file based with AI without really going through one of the other ones. So yeah, I don't know. Things are pretty good. I didn't do much this weekend. I did things, but I didn't do enough. As always, I have some changes, or I've made some changes to the AOA website with fonts, colors, straightness, sharpness, like the buttons instead of being rounded are now sharp. I played with the font that is a bit more fun here and there to see what we could do, but yeah, other than that, didn't have the time to do much more, which is kind of sad. They wanted to do much more things. And then going back to that overall UI, I have a feeling that it's missing something. I don't know what it is. I don't really know what is missing or what is feeling uncommon or too uncommon to be too unfamiliar. Yeah, uncommon and familiar is kind of the same thing. For me to feel at home when I'm looking at this UI. It's that may be it. Yeah, the background being a checkerboard with a checkerboard within a checkerboard within a checkerboard, you know, the classic transparency play with the shadow behind the first canva and that thing being floating. It feels like it's a 3D-ish environment when in reality it's not. Everything is floating. And yeah, have a good rest of your day, Teddy. Yeah, there is that. There is also the fact that everything is going over everything or under everything. Like there is a bit of transparency behind that window card thingy. Same thing at the bottom, pretty subtle. But then, once again, every time that you have something that is opening, it is pushing the content to keep the canva that you're playing with in the center of the remaining area, which I understand, right? Like the overall thing is opening up to here. So if it was just opening, there will be less movement happening. But I don't know, that feels weird. It feels like a mistake, mainly because the racks are not the same size exactly. Like they are all similar except this one, which is really weird. Overall, Yeah, really simple tool. That's kind of sad. I was expecting like amazing shit. One of the tweets that were posted a year ago now, from them, and that made me interested in their product, was they were talking about the Command K section and saying that they were removing most of the menus. Like, you don't really have menus in the entirety of the UI. The only thing that you have is the Command K, so you can access that everywhere. And then when you apply a filter or an effect or something to a layer, it's just a model type card floating around that gives you the details of the thing that you have selected, what I call the inspector panel. So it's inspector cards that changes depending on what is selected, which I think is pretty interesting. But then again, it really limits the thing that you can do. So, I mean, that I perceive as feasible, let's say that. So, yeah, this is so easy. That's the thing that is kind of nice. It is so easy to play with animation, and it works so fast for browser-based app for photo editing or visual motion, that if you just want to create something that is repeating, and like, let's say I'm trying to create an animated emote for Twitch, I could use this and play with the motion effect really quickly and have it done in like 10 to 15 minutes in my browser. That's pretty cool. I just hate that thing. I really do hate that. That makes no sense. You can't like click on anything. You can't navigate for real. It's pretty weird. Yeah. I feel like we're missing something, or at least I am. Missing something on that overall UI, but no, it seems like I have everything, other than the fact that we don't have addition layers right now. I haven't played with adding effects like transitions, things I don't even, yeah, like shit like this specific to a sub layer. Then again, is it really necessary? I don't think so. Though, yeah, really, really happy with the speed at which we are getting things. Like getting the outline once again from what Finite is doing with the effect on OBS. It's kind of the same type of effect, and it's great. It seems to be really simple to add. I'm guessing it is the same overall effect that he used. It's kind of great. nonetheless, I have a hard time picturing myself not using it, but like picturing myself on a use case that is adaptable or good for us, me, product designer, UI designer, UX designer. It could be really useful if you're someone who is building like a website hero animation and you want something that is repeating a looping animation at the top as a video or as a background image type of thing. But then why not use Fable or Rive for these repeatable elements? I don't know. My main idea is for Stony overlays type of thing, like how I would go through all of the posters through that app to split the layers of any posters that you have. But that is expensive and that takes a lot of time. So I don't know. But yeah, that's about it for Modyfi. Really simple app, if I do say so myself. Yeah, like this, for example, or this one, if it was split in the foreground, like background, foreground, you could have these 4 or 5 characters as an element that can evolve with the Z index, and the background staying the background. So then on hover, based on where your cursor is, it moves with a bit of 3D. But that's the only thing that I could see added or useful from Modyfi to a real life case. But let's say you have 5,000 movies, you need to go through 5,000 posters to be able to do that. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, and it needs to be automated. It needs to work 100% of the time without having any hiccups happening. Like the option here that the AI will notice that the fireball in the hands are in the hand and not part of the background, even though they are the exact same color. That's complicated. And unless you're doing that manually, I'm mostly sure that it will break. Like going through that, I like it as well, but it's not feasible. The only thing that you could do is if you had the logo as like if you have the ability to check if the poster has the logo on it or not, and then add back the logo and get the parallax effect. But that's the only thing that you can manually do on your side. You can't really do much more. You could, nope, you could forget about that. I started to say nothing. You could not. Going back to what you said earlier, though, you said about the new content page. Which one is the content page? Is that the content page? All right. Let's hope it loads. Dashboard, and then what? Libraries, users, encoder. Which one is it? Oh, new content. Yeah, that seems like a pretty good title. I thought it was like a new content page, not a new content page. So the creation of a new content. What did we have though? It's the same thing that we did for the onboarding. Or at least it is to me. CC Porn. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? It adds any arbitrary folder as a source without making a library from it. Godwin, hi, welcome on in. At least you have a date. We have tested Rive last week, and I hate it. Do you have a question on it? Maybe we can help, but we started a new series on Mondays with Discovery Mondays where we're trying a new tool. Like today we tried Modyfi, which is a new, I would say, graphic design visual editing tool, and it's good, but it's really limited to me. Like as I said earlier, we tried Rive at some point. We also tried, just before we tried Spline, and so Spline and Rive took us somewhere around 2 hours to go through the entire app and what it was possible to do there. On this one, I think in 40 minutes we glanced over everything, and now I know what I can do, what I can't do. It's really simple. It's really good at adding previews of like effects to the elements without you having to really think about it. It's just like you hover the thing, you have the effect, you're good. It's not the one that you want, you can get rid of it. So that is really, really nice. But other than that, I don't think it is as useful for me as a product designer as it might be for a poster designer or an ad designer, someone who design ads for websites. Having the ability to generate emotion in no time is really cool. That's what I would say. Yeah, I did discover that I hate Rive. Rive is just making no sense to me. Like, even though it's supposed to be easy, there is nothing that is there to help. Going back to the start of what we wanted to have here, when we created a new file, it gave us all of the tidbits that, yeah, that is the command K, that is how it works. There was like a modal at the bottom left that said this is still in beta, and so you will have bugs. Don't worry about it, which makes sense. And if I'm like hovering to a specific element on the UI, it's telling me, oh, this thing is called interact with motion effect properties. Whereas in Rive, if I'm like on any fucking tool in there, first of all, you get a fucking flashbang every time. But if I'm in any fucking tool here and I'm like, oh, what is a listener? I don't fucking know. Can I add one? What does it do? I don't fucking know. So we try to have the entirety of that animation work, but it didn't work as we wanted it to work. So that was frustrating. Yeah, I have the entirety of the thing that is supposed to be uploaded on YouTube at some point, but the video right now is a 50 minutes chopped up, like out of the 4 hours. Have a good coffee. Out of the 4 hours of stream that we did on that stream for Rive last week, I chopped up the entire thing to make sure that I have just the Rive segments. It turns out to be 50 minutes, which is way too long for YouTube for me to just upload. And when I look at the transcript of what we have, it is basically just me complaining about things not making sense for the first 30 minutes, and then Refused entered the chat, and then we had some discussion about how things work. But yeah, the overall, let me go back to what you said. Yeah, the thing that I don't like about Rive technically, and what Refused did on their version of, like, for example, this thing.
CCPRN just resubscribed for 2 months. WAWAWIIWA.
Thanks a lot for the resub for 2 months. I appreciate it. I enjoy the emotes and all the things that goes with it. So, right, the thing that Refused did is that huge ass animation, which is great, but this is an entirely feasible thing in CSS. Like even the hover state that we have, the click for adding, like checking something, all of these things are pretty much like CSS based animation that I would rather have in CSS than in Rive format. Yeah, no, that's true. That is true. But yeah, no, Godwin, I didn't do that. Refused did that. And if you are in the Discord, in there, you can hit up Refused there directly in the design help thingy. I know they are there often, and you can just like ask them a question about Rive. They have been doing a lot of really cool things in there. Let me see if I can just find that. Like in the past, they've done this thing, which is a hover type of button. Pretty simple overall, but it works great. They also have done I've done this thing. When we were talking about the Mom UI kit and all of the cards that we could have on the website, they've done this thing, which is really, really simple, but it works. We have a glow, we have nice transitions, all of that. And they did another one which I like, which is this transition for the mom logo, which is fun. They've done like a lot of other kind of effect. This one is not the one that I was talking about. I think the first one was great. That's Rive. So Refuse would be more knowledgeable than me when it comes to Rive and what you can do with it. And I would highly recommend you to check them out and send them a message like in Discord directly. Would probably help. But yeah. So we read back the chat. What we hear. Got coffee? Cool. You said. Caldwin, the Modyfi is currently kind of free-ish. Like the free version is limited, obviously, but like the free version is enough. You can do everything. You will have to pay for credits, like AI credits, as much as you use the AI tools. But I think if you don't use the AI that much and you have your own images, splitter for the background, foreground, all of that, you can easily use all of the effect for free. I think. And if you wanna watch the entire Rive struggle from last week, it is available on YouTube on the hidden playlist of the past VODs from last week. It's in there. The thing is, the segment itself is, with the amount of derails that happens on this stream, we have like a lot of other discussions happening in the middle. But yeah, you see, you would love to have one single tool that bridges the designer developer gap. I think the one right now is Figma when we are talking about design for like flat UI, but when you are talking about game engines, I don't know. I don't know enough about that subject or that. Yeah. And yeah, we are here to answer questions. So if you have any questions, you just ask. I am the FAQ. If I have the answer, I will give you an answer. If I don't have the answer, I will look for the answer. That's what happened. And Colin, I'm currently using Twitter X to post the morning warm-ups videos that I'm filming in every morning during the week, not in the weekends. And that's it. But it's not. I think your question is more like, would you use Twitter to post YouTube-style video? I don't think I would. I don't think I would. Unless it has like a monetization thing that is great and that works. But it feels weird. The main issue that we have with Twitter overall with content posting is that the lifespan of a tweet is somewhere in the 20 minutes to 8 hours. The lifespan of a video on YouTube is, for the first boost, is like a day and a half, 2 days-ish. And if it doesn't perform enough, it will just not push it to other people. And then it will try again like a week, 2 weeks later. And if it doesn't perform enough, it just doesn't show it. So creating content on platforms like Twitter would be beneficial only for people that have like a massive audience already, massive following that will see the content every time. But unless you have that huge amount of following or huge amount of interactions per post already, you will gonna be not in a good place. But it's a way of building the audience in the first place. I know, it's complicated. Daisy UI is great. We've talked about it in the past. I like how it looks. I like Tailwind as well. It's the same thing. And I don't think Refuse to Stream. I don't think they do. You haven't bragged about visiting the Figma headquarters yet, no, but now it's done. I can brag about the fact that I almost got hired by Figma. Almost. I did a 2 months interview process, and then at the end, they said no because I wasn't motivated enough. And the reason for that is because at the time it was the middle of 2020, and my goal was to move to Japan, and I was living in France, and they wanted me to move to the UK, to live in the UK and be in the UK headquarters. And because my goal was to come back here to my ex, if I had known at the time, I wouldn't have been that limiting, telling them that, well, the goal was for me is to move out of Europe and go into Japan and live there rather than find a new job that would hold me in the UK. But if I had known that we would break up when I came back here, I would have tried. I'm in Japan right now. Now I'm in Tokyo for the next 5 months, 4 months at a minimum, and I'm trying to get a job here to stay there forever. Oslo is great. I've been there when I was 6, 8. Young, smaller. I mean, not so small compared to now, to be honest. But yeah, I like Oslo. I like I like Scandinavian countries overall. It's cold. It's nice. Never been to the US though. I've never been to the UK either. Yeah, I mean, the convenience location for me right now would be somewhere in Canada, because speaking English is fine. Being kind is something that Canadians have as a stereotype that I like. And it's cool as fuck. I do like that. And then Any Scandinavian country like Sweden, Norway, Finland, all of that could be really good for me. I did love Sweden overall, and Norway was great, but as I said, I was like 6 or 8, so I don't really, I don't really remember. And yeah, Japan is kind of the best place for me right now. And if I moved to the north of Japan, I would have the cold and Japan, which is great. But if I moved to the north, then I would not be able to have some communication in English, which is one of the benefits that I have here. It's yeah, it's kind of weird. From I guess from an exterior point of view, yes. It's just I think it's great for visiting and tourist. I'm gonna be the pessimistic foreigners living in Japan. I think Japan overall is a great country to come visit, stay here for most people. Stay here for like a month, maybe 2 weeks. Experience some of the things that we have here, as in technology, food, experience, and entertainments. But living here, if you don't have the mindset that is the Japanese mindset, you will not like it. Like if you are not someone who how can I say that, follow the rules to a T, you will not enjoy your stay. If you're not someone who is willing to like do some back and forth in between teams and area of like offices to get something done, you will not like it. There are a lot of procedures that needs to happen here in Japan that just make no sense for someone that is a foreigner, but it's just how it has always been done here. And so for Japanese people, it's fine. It's just like it's a routine type of thing. And so knowing that, let's say you are trying to get a visa, which is what I'm doing right now, you need to go to the town hall that will then send you to the city office, that will then send you to the immigration office, that will then send you back to the city office, that will then send you to a police station, that then send you back to the immigration office, and then you can go back to the town hall of where you are living. And so this ping pong thing, right? It feels like you could go directly to the immigration office to do something, but no. To go to the immigration office, you need a paper that is only given to you by the town hall, which is only signed by the city office, which then is only accepted by the immigration office. And so these procedures, yeah, some people have said that as well. It seems like counterproductive when today it would be easier to let the user do all of that on their phone or online, and it's not there yet. And so a lot of people are saying Japan is living in 2070, right? Really further out in the in terms of technology, which is not the case. Like we still have faxes. It's still required sometimes to fax some things to companies. Faxes. Email exists, but no. We need to fax things. Redno, hi, welcome on it. Good morning to you. So all of that, and Phil's, hi, welcome on it. the lack of technology is kind of crazy, but also some things are really advanced and some things are absolutely like stuck in 20 years ago tech and haven't evolved since then. So I don't know. 7 streams, thanks a lot for that. That's a lot of streams. I think that's more than Sony today. More than Sony today. So yeah, so this is pretty good. Some of the comparison that I've been doing is in my head, and it's not entirely true because I've never been there yet. But I feel like Japan is kind of close-ish to Canadian cities in terms of hospitality and the amount of how much the people are welcoming to people that are coming from outside. But then, like, Canadian cities being already filled with other immigrants and also very white-ish, you don't get the foreigner problem that we have here in Japan. Like in Japan, if you don't look Japanese or Asian, you are not really Japanese and you will never be welcome really in the country, even if you like speak fluently Japanese and you have a wife and kids and all of that. If you don't look Japanese, you're not gonna be integrated as easily. And the current trend when it comes to like beauty standards and plastic surgery for Japanese people, they look closer to an in-between of Taiwanese, Thailand's, and Korean faces mix. So I don't know. It's this is acceptable loading time is supposed to be 3 seconds max. 5 seconds if you have a slow internet. But other than that, more than 5 seconds, I'm closing the app. So yeah, so the surgery thing, plastic surgery thing in Japanese faces is pretty interesting as well, because it makes them look more or less aligned with other cities' plastic surgeries, like in China and Korea. And so now, knowing which nationalities Asian they are is kind of more complicated to guess. So if you have a Korean person that is coming in Japan and speak Japanese fluently, then it would be easier for them to be integrated as a Japanese person. Whereas me, never gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, I've been having an issue with the health app on my phone, which doesn't load, but usually it just, yeah, I don't know. It should load, just, yeah. 3 to 5 seconds max. That's the rule that we have. And that is the time it needs to take in between you tap the app icon and you get in the app. The content may take a bit longer to load, but at least from the splash screen to the inside of the app, it needs to be as fast as it can be, and then the refresh can take more or less time, but yeah. And for the Instagram refreshes, which is the same thing as the Twitter refresh, there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing that you can do about it is the activity history. I think you can do that. You can go into the activity history feed and look back at what you just saw. And so it will just show you what you have seen in the past 7 days, I think. So could work, could work. Baffled. I have used Thread for a day and a half. Like when it was announced and people were like flooding Thread to get your username, basically. And then it turned out that it would take the username that you have on Instagram already. So that didn't make any changes, or wasn't really important. I had to change my phone from French App Store to Japanese App Store to get Thread. I installed it, used it for a day and a half, it got rid of it. Like it I think it stayed a week and a half on the last home screen that I have, and I opened it from time to time. And then at some point it was just, well, every time I open it, nothing is interesting in there. So I just got rid of it. I don't know. I don't really have the this story is no longer available anymore. It usually loads and its state has been there for 1 day. I don't know. The thing that is kind of fun is the notification on Instagram about Thread. Like I have from the last 7 day and this one. Like this one is, I get 22 new followers on Thread. Okay, cool. And then Seke has posted something on Thread. And these are notification in my Instagram app as if they were important. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But at least I have followers there. I don't know how much. I think I may have like 50 followers now with the new 22. I think I tried to post the same thing I was posting on Twitter on Thread, but nothing sticks. There was so much or so little interactions in the beginning that I couldn't do anything. It was interesting in terms of potential growth, as in if you are someone who is new with no followers, you could just go in and say, well, I'm now the design expert and I will share content about design in there. But then there is anyone else that already has a following on another platform that comes in and then say, oh, I'm on Thread now, and then they have 18,000 followers in like a day because they used to have 2 million on the other side. So it makes no sense. I don't know. I think there is some misunderstanding about the prices again. But I also think it's the same thing that Unity tried to pull last year or 2 years ago. I have a feeling that if the app you are providing doesn't have any in-app purchase or you don't make any revenue from that app, I doubt that they would make you pay per download. It sounds like it is the case, but I doubt they would do that. But then again, the goal from Apple, and from what I've read, heard, listened to, is mainly we are complying in order to get the EU off our back, to get the user the ability to have like side loading and other apps, App Store, all of that. But they don't want to. Right? The goal for them is to make sure that they have the option. It's just the most impractical thing possible. The option's there. It is possible. There is no issues in that happening, but it's as discouraging as possible, in order for the people that wanted to create like a second app store would be discouraged and not do it, which makes sense. I do understand their politic overall. Like, it, when you know how much annoying getting an app on the App Store is compared to getting an app on the Play Store is. Like, if you have an APK that you have built that works, you can just send it to the Play Store, and the review is gonna happen not before it's released to the Play Store. Or at least it was the case. I don't know if it's still the case. But it used to be like, oh, you have an app for us, cool, let's publish it, and then we'll review it later. Whereas on Apple side, it is, oh, you have an app for us, cool, let us review it 3 times, making sure that it's really aligned with our guidelines, and then maybe it will be released on the store. But yeah, it's just I don't think it's more app stores. I think it's getting the fees out, kind of thing. Like, letting anyone's be able to upload an app is more interesting than having the monopoly of app stores. But I don't know. I have weird views on that. Different views. But yeah, I don't know. It's just when you look at the amount of fake apps on the Play Stores, of like dangerous apps, like malwares and all of these on the Play Store, compared to the ones that are on the Apple Store. There are some, obviously, but the proportion is just like, if on the Play Store is 15%, on the App Store is like maybe 1%. Still a lot, but I don't know. It's I do understand how and why they would limit all of that. They also review the updates, as far as I remember. Apple, I mean. Like, if you have an update of your app, they still do a review to make sure that you haven't changed too much, that you haven't like introduced new code that would be detrimental to the user, things like this. Whereas Google, I don't think they do. I think they might do a review of the first version, and then if you do like a thing that you call bug fixes that introduce malware or spyware inside of your app, there I go. Cool, good. Yeah. I think we had issues with some updates at some point, mainly because we moved from an open version to a client version only. for the app that we had. So the test on Apple side needed to have an account that would let us have access to all the features. And so we needed to create that specifically for them. That wasn't good. That wasn't an option at that time. So yeah, we got stopped as well. But I don't know. I still feel like it's nowadays a lot of people are complaining about things that they can avoid. Like, you don't like milk and you can drink oat milk? Why are you complaining about milk? Just drink the fucking oat milk that you like. And then for the other side, people who drink milk that don't like oat milk, why do you complain? You have milk, shut the fuck up. It's the same thing for like where you get your apps. For me, at least. I'm like, if I know that I have an app that is not available on iPhone but is only available on Android, I will use my Android phone to get the app. And if I have an app that is only available on iPhone but not on Android, I use my iPhone to get the app. And it is a privileged place to be able to have two phones. I know. But still. It's like, why you complain? You have access to the things. No. I should be if I wanted to make banks, but I can't do that. Not here. In France, maybe, if I come back. I might have to reconvert into drug dealing. Make way more. Welcome back. But no, I have my Android phone that is serving as a chat screen. That's the only use it has. It's propped on the flex arm next to my screen, and it's just there for stream chat. That's it. I have my iPad next to, on the other side, that does the same thing. These are extremely expensive screens just to have chat on them. Makes no sense. There was at a time a really good things. I forgot how it's called. I think it was a 3x1. You had the ability to buy like a display, basically like this one, but it's a very, very, very small display. And I kind of wanted some of these. Like they are really tiny. They are longer than phones. Shit like this one. But longer. Ah, for fuck's sake. Like that. So you could get this this nice screen. And I wanted to get that to put next to my screen, to my Mac, rather than buy a phone. But when I looked at the prices, this is about $100. This one is kind of cheaper, but it's just for auto. You can't really plug an HDMI cord in them. But it's the same price as my phone. My phone cost me 110 euros. So if I can have something that give me more features than just a screen, but as a screen. I mean, the main features is just chat. I'll do that. Like, the camera is pretty good. I don't use it. I wanted to, but the iPhone is pretty good as a camera, and it has all of my apps and all that. So, I don't know. It's kind of weird. But yeah, I'm not complaining. Once again, really privilege of me to be able to have like 2 phones plus an iPad plus a computer plus whatever the fuck I want. That's it's a good thing to have. And like, there are things that I can't have right now, and I'm not complaining about not having them. I'm not talking about it. Like, I can't have a car because I don't have a license. That's my fault. If I wanted a car, I would need a license. If I wanted a license, I would need to study to get a license. Not gonna complain that I don't have a car. I don't know, it's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. Anyways, Stony, going back to the that section, because we were talking about that in the beginning. That was a big ass derail. Now that you have coffee, the new content, I feel like it should be the same as the same experience that you have here on the onboarding type thing. So the onboarding is creating the libraries, and then when you have created a library, you need to select the folders, and I feel like you should have the same thing, which is basically what you have done. You say, what do you want here? Can you, I know you answered that already, but can you explain the real usefulness of that? Because I have doubts on the usability of the new content thing. While you're explaining, I'm gonna pee. Mm-hmm. You heard nothing. Once again. sake. This bitch is tight. Holy fuck. Thank you. Having a nice can overall. I like this thing. Like the design of the can. Alright, it's going back there. So it imports, it's a feature of import of any folder. The thing is, you are selecting the library in which it needs to go. Agree with that. Agree with that on this one. We have some good design and some really bad sometimes. This one is a cola type competitor drink. Taste interesting. Anyways, this feels weird, Stony. Like, I like that. Wasn't sure about that, but I like that. I don't like this though. The fact that you just click everything. Select, I didn't click the select button. Is that what you were saying? Or you want me to select something else? Oh, so you're saying that because I picked a library called movies or films and then looked for something that is not a movie, it had some struggle figuring out the type. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm fighting once again with a discussion that we had last year about the data and how it's added. But also I get it, it's different. My main thing right now is if I have libraries, that is a section in my settings, and I want to add content to series, I would do that. I would go into libraries and add a folder right there. And so I can just look at folders and just pass said download folder, right? Whatever, completed thing. Rather than go into new content. I do understand that new content is like, if I just want a specific thing, but I don't see the point. I don't really see the point if I know that I need to add something into a specific library, then why not just go through library to add new content? In which case, it would be easier from here to say, like if you had a plus right there to add content to that library directly that does the same thing, then it could work. I know that's what I had in my head. The thing is, I'm not saying source folders. I'm saying when I created the library, which right now it fucked, but when I created the library in the first place, I defined the type of data that was in there, and then I gave it a folder to pass to upload and archive all the content based on the type of content that was defined here. So if I wanted the library anime to check a new folder so that it can look for things, upload them to my server, and then have them archived, I would just do that. I would add a new folder so that it can pass it. New content feels out of place to me. It feels like it's supposed to be. I mean, the reason why it feels out of place is because when I'm here, the first thing that you're asking me to do is select a library, where if I go in libraries and I select a library, and then in that library I add new content, it feels more normal to me. And I'm not saying in a Plex way of always passing the folder, but just adding content there. And then the second thing that is, I know you don't want that, but I'm still gonna say it. I know we had a discussion about it. But if I'm on my server, on my network, in my house, on my anime library, I would love to be able to click a fucking plus to add new content from here. Because I'm an admin, I know where the thing is. I don't need to go to the settings of the dashboard settings to go into my library to go add content. I'm in the fucking thing already. So I know you don't want that, but I would love like a bit of plus right there to say, oh, I have a new anime I downloaded. Let me just add that to that library directly from the library. Forget about it. I know you don't want it. Shit, I said preferences. So I feel like it's not in the right place. Like the content section is maybe there is something that I don't understand on how you have organized it again, right? That happens. But let's say I'm creating a new library because you said I can. I can't. I don't know. I don't know. It feels weird. Totem, hi. What morning? Question though, because maybe I still don't understand. Does the folder that I point to here is a Plex style folder where I'm always looking at it? Like it's the server is always checking if there is new data, and if there is new data, then it takes that data, parse it, upload it, archive it, or nah. Maybe nah. So basically, that timing was pretty good. So basically, what I'm doing right now, with creating Library 5 TV show, I have the folder selected. When I click save, which I won't do because I don't want to lose my connection, it will create a new library, pass the folder called download complete, and check all the data that all the files in there that matches TV show format. Should be good, right? The thing that is not making, I don't know, they disappeared earlier. That's not really an issue to me right now. My main issue here is the fact that I just pointed to a folder. It's going to be parsed, and the content of that folder will be checked and make sure that everything in there that is matching that is going to be archived on the server. Good. If I wanted to add new content, I can just add a new fucking file from somewhere else. I don't know. Just use the same thing. But that is not true. I can't really. That's films, whatever. It's the same thing in my head than going here and do new content. Instead of having to see the settings, I have to not see the settings, but still know in which library I want to go. But then if I, for some reason, when I'm creating new content, I wanted to like create a new library by creating new content, I wouldn't be able to do so from here. I would need to do so from there. So in my head, they do the same thing in the end. Except on this section, I cannot create a new library. And on this section, I can only add existing or add to the existing libraries plus create a new library. It's kind of the same thing. Holy, hi, welcome in. I think, yeah. For me, the new content could be added right there. Seems better. I don't really know how to explain it. But if I'm here and you want to add new content, like it's basically the same thing as new folder, and I'm just going to add your folder films. That would be good. Refused. Hi. We had some people earlier that were asking about Rive and might contact you in Discord. Might, I don't know. About Rive. So if you receive some messages about Rive, don't be surprised. How are you? So yeah, Stony, does that make sense? Like having just a new folder. You want the encoder folder to be tied. You want the encoder to be tied to the folder, not the library. Yes. Okay. So let's say you have your library for TV shows, and then you want Loki to be uploaded in 4K, but you want the Family Guide to be just in 1080 because the quality that you have is not 4K and it doesn't need that. So instead of having that, you want it on the folder specific. All right. That makes sense. It makes sense in terms of, yeah. Japan New Year is New Year, as in regular New Year, but we have the Golden Week, which happens soon. I think it's about now, which is close to the lunar New Year, which is similar to the Chinese New Year. But yeah, I mean, Asian traditions. Yeah. There's a lot of Chinese New Year things happening soon. It's about now, I think. I don't remember. I'm not. Alright, so just to just to recap, right, from what you said, you want the encoder profile to be assigned to a folder rather than a library, and then I want the new content to be in the library, not as a standalone section. I think special could be like new special. That makes sense to me because that's something that is outside-ish of the libraries themselves. Like it's technically a library on its own, the special library that contains more stuff. So that's fine. One of the things that you could do by taking the exact same UI from libraries thing would be to get did I give it to you on? I did not. I did not. I guess on onboarding that would be kind of the same, but basically on the folder itself, on the side, you could have the encoder profile next to it. So technically, you would have something like that. Not exactly, but right. Really, you pushed me out. I know. I'll blame my computer. So yeah, I would probably tell you, depending on the length of the route, which will inevitably end up with this at some point if it's too long. I could say, like right there next to each folder, you transfer the encoder profile dropdown. So I don't think it does. Maybe it does, GK. I'm unsure. Too, same thing here. We have a good fun time with that. But going back to the initial regular width, you have enough space to transfer the encoder profile on the other side. Just that. Maybe. I feel like that would be easier. I don't have... I am millennial, right? That happens. But I am not a franchised millennial. So I'm not a Harry Potter person or a Lord of the Ring person or whatever other franchise that exists from that era of cinema and TV shows to be in any discussion. Franchised, yes. About these, I have no strong feeling about any of these things. A lot of people have weird reaction when I say I don't give a fuck. Yep, never carousel. That's it. I would recommend no to the carousel. I would just have 3. Like blog 1, 2, 3, and then visual blog post right there. Rather than having like a 4, 5, 6, that in order to see that you have more content, you need to click on the next preview things or have that scrollable. The ability of getting a scrollable element easily in a no-code interface, if you're doing that in Framer, it's kind of annoying. So I would just have like 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4 if you can like condensed it, just to avoid. I mean, if I'm someone that is interested in the blogs, I'm gonna click on the view all post directly. I don't want to be scrolling through fucking carousel. So UX wise, it works if you limit your carousel to 6 elements, or 5 elements is the recommended amount, but right, you can do 6 because you have 3 already. So 1 click would bring you to the next 3, which is fine. But not like the 3 that you would display would be the latest 3 that you have posted, or the 3 that you want to highlight. But yeah, it's not. I don't even know if I have that open. Like the official templates that we have here has or used to have a section about is it here? No. It's not the about section. But we used to have like a blog section, and basically it was these 3 on one line. That's it. No more, no less. Just 3. And that's enough. Like and yes, that also works. But like for carousels, I wouldn't have a carousel overall. It's just a mess. Like just have 3. Like the idea of that section in a landing page. Let me just go one step up in the reasoning of these sections on website. The goal for the carousel at the bottom of the page, just before the footer, to say the goal is to say we have a blog here. Here are the last or latest blogs that we have posted. If you want to see more, you can click on that button. That's basically what that section is telling the user. So what I would say is blog. That's it. I wouldn't even bother, to be honest. Like, I would just say we have a blog. Here's the latest article. We have 52 other articles if you want to read them. And it would just be like a half and half, 50%, 50%. That's it. No, but yeah, no real need for carousel. The main issue that I see also with the carousel is that on mobile and tablet it would be great. Like I'm gonna repeat myself there, but like a carousel is a very, very, very good design pattern on a touchscreen. it has a beautifully meant to be used like touch interface. On desktop, other than people like us that have a mouse that have like a side scroll, people have a hard time side scrolling. So I don't, yeah. No, not even. I think I was about to say YouTube, but no, I mean, YouTube kind of works the same way. Like if you go on Medium, because, right, it's an article type of thing. If I'm reading something, at the end, bitch, that's a long one. At the end, I don't have a carousel showcasing all of these 4 things. I just have 4 articles in a grid view. And that's it. And then underneath, I have 2 other from other authors. Because their goal for Medium is to keep me on Medium reading other things. But for you, it's not... See, like it's not a carousel. It's here are 4 options, you can view more. And I feel like that makes more sense. Let's see. I will need to go back and check some of the things that you have said earlier. I've missed some blocks of text. Let's find one that would be like a very... I doubt it. Maybe? See, my first instinct here is to scroll fucking down to see more things, and this is a fucking carousel. And it is shit. My experience is shit. Makes no sense. The fact that I couldn't scroll is just bad. Like, this is the same, but I'm not... Like, I'm scrolling. Cool, I can scroll down. Here I have the ability to have like a carousel. That makes sense. This is a carousel that is good for touch. But once again, this is good because the Mac trackpad is good for side-to-side scroll. Windows trackpad are not as good. They are better now, but they're not as good. I'm trying to find one that has a fucking... I think if we go in SAS... Bitch, where you at? That, even this fucking carousel is shit. Thank you. Do we have a thing called software or... No, we don't? I mean, if you want your user to have a worse experience, yes, break the rules, use a carousel. Other than that, nah. I mean, I can go there. That's the website that we worked on. At the bottom, we are supposed to have fucking article sections, blog section, it's the same thing. We have 3 fucking blogs that we have written in the past year, and then you can click on that. Then you reach the blog. The thing is, you don't reach the blog, you reach, like, you're supposed to reach that, which is different. All that to say, I don't like it. Don't think it's a good idea. That's it. I mean, you can do that. That won't be like a 2-hour session. I think that would be bigger. But like, look at Stoney's website. We've been on it for 2 years. Has the new content page coming out? This one? It's not coming out. I'm trying to find a way to integrate the encoder profile inside of the folder cell. I think that's what I want to break in. So instead of getting that, I want to do that. Hmm. I feel like that would be easier, but also, yeah. We'll either have a dumbass redirect, no, with only a big ass input, and a bit of an OR model. I don't know. Yeah, see you on your lunch break. For security reason. Yeah, I would maybe do that. Either do that with the encoder profile inside of the selection cell from what you have here. That might be a bit complicated. Or do that. Like, get the same input that you have here, and put that next to the cell of the folder, because they are linked. So that makes sense, but also doesn't really. The secondary question that I have for you is, like, does the subtitle download language would also need to be folder specific? Because if that's the case, that fuck up what I have in mind. Obviously. Right now you say no. Well, keep saying no. Keep saying no. Yeah, I really think that it should be next to it. Like if you want the encoder profile to be specific to the folder, they need to be next to each other, so that, or inside of each other, as I just did a second ago, right there, so that you understand that the relationship in between the folder that you have and the encoding profile, like the encoding profile is going to be applied to said folder. So that's easier. It might be more complex for you to do because you have a component that doesn't, that's not free. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just it's used in a format that is also reused in other places, and so might be a bit fucked. But if you can just do that, as long as the placeholder text is select an encoder profile or encoder profile selection, whatever, you should be good. That should be okay. So if that's the case, then kind of need that. And you don't even need like an outline, visually speaking. Like I know it shouldn't, but you can do that. That would be enough. Like a flat encoder type thingy. Don't like it better, but I guess having the outline is kind of better. That's debatable. But yeah, having that feels more or less linked. So I would do that, and I would have my new content, like add new folder, which does the exact same shit. It's kind of crazy, but yes, kind of like this. Yeah, I feel like that would help just for the relationship in between the encoding profile and the folders that you are selecting. Would you say that the library could have a default encoding profile? Nah, forget about it. It's you, GK, it's you. Oh, it's also me, I guess. I was about to say, if you have a library that has like 50 folders, and you know that you are gonna need to have each folder manually selected, then the selection of the profile every time is going to be fucking annoying. But I would guess that there is rarely the case of 50 folders. Might be wrong. But yeah, you could have 1080 by default, yes. It's a good idea. That's a good idea. So I would do that. Get rid of new content in the content section. Yeah. All right. That way you can get rid of the encoder profiles on the left side. And once again, if I'm in a regular U format, you have enough space to just display the yeah, not that, but yeah, something like this. Yeah. I feel like, yeah, that would work. What's your feeling about this? I have no information about if you think that this is a pretty okay ID, bad ID, good ID, somewhat potentially ID. It's just an ID. I don't know. I know you, but in the it's fine, it's okay. Like, you can make it just because it's an ID that is not bad. I've seen you do that. Not just an ID that you like. Like, it's an ID. Okay, cool. Good. I have a feeling that you're trying to, yeah, do that. But did you just make the text flex grow? Because that's all you needed. It will limit, as I said, it will limit the input potential on the left side, and that's pretty good. That's where we have the encoder in folder specific. We also have more space. It makes sense to add new content from the library itself. Yeah. Anything else? On that thing. Right, I have a bias on this one. I don't know if it makes sense to you. I don't know if it makes sense to anyone, to be honest. It makes sense to me, so maybe that could work. The actions that you have at the bottom of the page are, to me, or should, to me, either be at the bottom of the page, meaning like here, regardless of the content. Like if you had 50,000 folders, it would just be a scrollable section here, but then that these things should be at the bottom. Or they are actions related to the page that you are watching or currently viewing, in which case they could be at the top of the section, like maybe in the same location as the back, as in you have the rescan, remove, cancel, save right there, aligned with the back section on everything on the right side. That's a move that we had on many dashboards. So I do like to have my actions at the top right, but if that doesn't make sense to you, that just don't do it. It's just makes sense to me. So either bottom or top right, aligned with the back button. It might cramp the section, like the help section as well. Yeah. Look at the top, that's for sure. So bottom then. Make it bottom, make sure that it's some sort of a background-ish. The I mean, the example that we have is let me see if I can find that. 1 second. I do. I do. My whole computer is freaking out. So, GK, if the stream is breaking, that might be the reason. No! Nah! Sorry. I did a copy paste and it didn't copy pasted anything. Technically, I blame my Mac for the stream quality. The fact that like my pointer is freaking out most of the time, that's crazy. I'm cleaning up some shit. Just 1 second. All right, so that's the behavior that I have in my head, right? Because it's the behavior for most of the thing that I showcased for the navigation. But if you had a page like this one, which is kind of the same thing, right? You have your title of content and then you have your actions on the right side. That's basically what I have in mind. So it's technically looking the same already. You just have your back button that is under your title, which makes no sense to me, but that's fine. It works. Just because you don't want to have the movement. Next to it, I don't know. Wherever. No, what I'm saying is maybe you can just take that, cram it to everything to the right, and just make it next to the back button. So you would have your header that would do that. Or if you wanted to do something even more complex, you can have everything next to the help. So you have in order, you would have save, cancel, remove, rescan, and then help. But that might be, as you said, that might be a bit complicated and also a bit cramped at the top. So you might want to make your header taller, which is already a lot. I don't know if I like the idea. Maybe just putting it at the bottom is easier. Like you just send the footer as a footer, right? Yep. Yeah. It would be easier. It would be easier to implement, and it makes sense for everyone. It's already very wide to have your save button like far, and then your scan and remove far. Yeah. By the way, does the rescan is just rescanning the folders that you have selected like Plex is doing, but Plex is doing that automatically and you it's manual thing? Is that what I'm seeing right there? I think it is. Yeah. Your rescan is supposed to be next to your folders, because you are rescanning the folders that you have selected. So it's kind of next to your add new folder. You also have like a rescan folders type of button, because it's like right now it's linked to the entirety of the thing, when in reality it's just linked to the folders that you have selected. So these makes no sense. And then the save, cancel, remove are the three actions that you can do that are library-wise action. The rescan is just folder-wise action. So yeah.
Seke Design just resubscribed for 33 months. Thoughts on Arc Search?
It's shit. Sorry, neighbors. Hi Seke. Thanks a lot for the 33 months. That's a lot. God damn. Welcome back. Good morning. Arc Search. I have questions. For those of you who don't know what that is. For fuck's sake. They haven't even tweeted about it. God damn. God damn. I think Jordan tweeted about it. Yes. I hate it. It feels bad to me. Like there is something that is just not good about not knowing what I'm looking at. Like if I'm searching for Apple histories, right? That's what it is here. And then you are giving me this, and I don't know where the data is coming from. Do you pull that out of your ass? Is it true? Is it not true? How did you get that thing? How do I make sure that you're not serving me bullshit? That it feels so out of. I don't know. I haven't. No. I haven't been using Perplexity ever because it's the same thing. It's the same behavior. It's just when I'm asking copilots, not ChatGPT, but copilots, everything that is pulled out of the website, there is the blue quote at the end of the line saying that this is coming from this website, and I can click on it and go to the website directly. Whereas here, how? It feels weird. But yes, I do think that this is gonna be kind of closer to what we'll probably see later in terms of search, but it's kind of already what we have, right? Like this is a recap of the history of Apple, and then if I want to see more from this, I can expand it. But if that's enough for my search, then I'm good. But if that's not enough, I can look at the rest things. Select the right source. I don't know. Cicada. I have never heard that song. No. Yeah, but it's, I mean, that example is basically AI search-ish. Like you have the top search results right there, but I don't know, it feels so weird to me to pull that. Like, this is not good. Yeah, we were on Modyfi for the first 50 minutes of the stream, 1 hour of the stream, first hour thingy. And by the way, Cicada, if you have like a link to that song, please share. Love to listen to it. I don't know, it's just so weird. Also the video itself is not good. Like, it's a GIF, but still. Like the fact that it gives me this as a waiting loader, that's good. That tells me, okay, you are checking data from these websites. Maybe I recognize some of them that are good. Cool. But then you give me this, and no. No. Like, you can't tell me cook until thickened. How much time is that? What's the temperature? What's the data are just not there. Makes no sense. The life story of the author, I don't give a shit, but I do need the important points, as in, do I need to grease the pan? Not grease the pan? Do I cook that in the microwave? Do I cook that on the stove? Do I cook that on a pan? How? I need these informations. Like, it just makes no sense. So yeah. And regarding Modyfi, we tried some things. It's good, but it's I don't think it's good for UX UI designers in general. I think it would be good for graphic designers, but not for product designer at all. Like, it's good if you need to create like as I said, if you need to create a banner ad, great product. If you need to create an app interaction, nah, not gonna happen here. So if you need posters, if you need like thumbnails, things like this is great. Other than that, I don't know. The thing that we said 3-4 times already is just like the speed at which you can have the preview of the effect that you are gonna apply just by hovering the fucking thing. This is just crazy. The speed at which you get that's great. Other than that, I don't know. Yeah. The thing that is fun as well for me as an OBS streamer is some of the effect that we see on Modyfi are the same thing that we see on finite stream OBS plugins. So some of the glow shadow outline thingy, I forgot where he did that broccoli thing. I think it's this one. No, not this one, but kinda. LKT, hi, what's going on? But yeah, these things are using like the same type of shader in the first place, and it's great. And he has like a very good overall previews. That's the same shit. The last one, I don't know if you follow finite overall, but this is always done in OBS. This is crazy. This is just OBS. And he just did like a new one. I don't know if it's this one or if it's this one. It's not that. It is. Like, he has this thing where he can go over and wipe out something in the background on his background, but he can also wipe out, keep, and transition things in between his transitions. This is just so good. So basically what he did, from what I remember, is he has persistency in between frames, so he can keep a previous frame as an A frame and do the transition between the A frame and the B frame. And so he has that wipe transition thing that he does with the effect, and that renders like this, which is great. The thing with finite as well that is pretty cool is that he is on a green screen, And so the background is his real background, but still a picture. So he can do whatever the fuck he wants with that. But this is just OBS. OBS isn't a plugin. I don't know, it's just crazy. He is. And Fine Art is just great. It's also like the amount of quality preview that he has done in the past year is just great. And I have never heard of that. That looks really Hulk-like. All right. That's a lot of preview and tutorials in order to understand everything. Oh. It's fun. It's the exact same builder that God damn, it's the exact same builder that we that I wanted to use as a base for the product that I was working on in the previous company, and then the dev said, no, we're gonna build that ourselves because, you know, it's easy to do. And then that took like 8 months instead of a week. Anyways. Oh. Okay, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't even know what we are looking at either. So don't worry about it. I think I fucked up something. It's not even that I think, it's that I kind of know that I fucked up something. Yeah, I mean, Totem, that's, I mean, that person is the only reason why I left the company. So I'm a trash talk on that one a lot. Is this made with it? No. That doesn't load the same thing. I think. I don't feel like it does. Nonetheless. Oh, it's just shader. Yes. Yes. In Blender. Blender has a nice set of shaders like these. Totem, yes, but no. That's the thing. The in-house built solution is great, and it's 100 times better when you're not trying to come up with an MVP. When you're looking for an MVP to make sure that you can validate that the clients that you have are gonna enjoy and or like the thing that you're trying to build, you do not take 6 months to build a feature that is available in a package already. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for the resub. It's okay, I appreciate that. So, right, I understand 100%, but if you want to make sure that if you want to make sure that the clients that you have or the potential clients that you have are gonna appreciate your tools and use it, then you give them the basic of the feature that you want to have, and then when you figure out that they have used it twice in 6 months, you don't bother building something from scratch. But when you figure out that they have been using it every fucking day and they are liking this thing and this thing and the thing that they wanted to do, but that package that you have used doesn't do it, then you build something from scratch. But only then. not in the beginning when you're trying to have a fucking MVP out to make sure that you can have revenue in fast. Yeah. You need to know what you're doing. You need to know exactly what the clients are needing. And you're not like in the first exploration phase of, yeah, we tested that out on potential clients with like their the Figma file to, that's the direction in which we wanted to go with like a node builder. What do you think of it? It's cool. I'm sure I can use that. Cool. That's the feedback that we've had. But then I do understand that the feature that we had and the implementation of these features in the lib make it harder for the MVP, but it would be better to just have the thing working as a test and then build something from scratch. Like him, hi, welcome on in. Good midday. How are you? You didn't miss much, to be honest. We checked Modyfi. The rundown on Modyfi is it's a great tool. It's more or less for graphic designers than for product designers. It has an amazing render, like fast render option, so you can just see quickly what you will end up with in a second. And yeah, other than that, no use for me. But it's great. Great tool. Weekend was fine. Didn't do much. I ate a lot of cake. I ate way too much cakes. I didn't take any pictures of them. I can show you the cakes that I ate. Way too much. Anyways, let me read that message. Yeah. And yeah, Totem, I do agree with that. The transition should have been seamless in between the packaged lib to the non, the company-made package. Yes, but that specific person had a tendency of not letting someone else code in our product, like if it wasn't written by them, like, I don't know. I do agree with you, yes. It's just like the priority in terms of what should have been done in that company to make sure that the proof of concept and the MVP was sent to the client as fast as we could was not respected. And so we ended up with the ability to showcase something to potential clients and people that had said that they had an interest in the product that we were building 6 months too late. And in the meantime, we were only saying to them like every 2 weeks, because we had meeting with potential clients that were paying for the previous version. Every 2 weeks, we were telling them that, yes, that feature is coming in. It's just taking longer than expected for the dev. And we did that for like 4-6 months. And most of these the clients that were supposed to stay with us decided to go the fuck out because we were too slow. Which makes sense. So, what the fuck did I eat? Pibotske? Hi, welcome. I'm trying to find the perfect picture that will make you say, I understand. It's not exact. It would not be the same because obviously it's not that, but basically I had 2 of these. 2 fat ass strawberry shortcake. And when I was walking around the location where there is like cakes and shit, there was all the cakes, and there was this one. If it loads, for fuck's sake. Yeah, this thing, which you probably have seen in the past, which is lychee, raspberry, rose, macaron. 2 of these. Yeah, they are, but they are like that big. Love these sheep. Love these. Maybe? No. 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 Not the same. Not even close. You may have seen, I mean, I shared them on... I shared that on Discord. But yeah, these ones, I went to get these because I love these. I technically go buy 4 of them every 2 weeks, roughly. These are the same. They are like macarons that are this big and this fat. And they stopped doing them. I'm so sad. They're so bad. But I went for that, so they didn't have any of that, so I fall back on these ones. Not much. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Not much for me. Cakes have a specific budget in my entire bank account. Like, not expensive. Basically, these are around 5-ish euros if you're in euros, 650 in dollars, kinda. So not that expensive, but also not cheap either. And yeah. Luxembourg, that's kind of wild though. Is the macaron from Luxembourg? Is it? Are you, Bibo, are you Swiss? French? Close to that? My stream wouldn't be the same if I had a good internet connection. Yeah, I know. Of course, baffled, of course. Well, it doesn't seem to want to load. That's so sad. Let me just catch up with chat because I missed so much. German, French. German, French near Switzerland? Like Austrian. Starting a world war again. Yeah, I'm going back in chat for the questions. If you have it, post it again. I know that Lakim had said something, so I wanted to see that. I follow your advice and just created a Framer account 2 hours ago. I have a hard time understanding what canvases are and how it can incorporate them in my pages. Canvases are interactive elements.
Athen.me is now following.
Kinda. Athen, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Even though that thing took a lot. I like the icon. Icon was cute. You can think of canvases as frames, artboards. It's not exactly the same thing, but it's kind of the same thing. It's just a placeholder to have some interactive elements with JS, basically. So Figma, overall, the entire Canva of Figma is canvases. It's the same thing, like where you put your artboards and all that. But it's an interactive element, roughly. GK, I don't see your question. Oh, interview thing. Yeah, cool. That went fine. I mean, it wasn't a job interview. Once again, it was a profile build-up interview. So I'm applying to talent agency type of thing, where they need my profile to make sure that I match with potential enterprise that they're working with. And then if they find a match with my profile and an enterprise, they just send me a message saying, do you want us to apply for you there? I say yes, or I say no, depending on the pay, and then they apply for me. And yeah. Right. So it was just a profile build-up. Like, let me open Framer so that we can have a look. Got it. Let's build something new. So basically, your Canva itself is goddamn. That's what you're talking about. I didn't do that. All right. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I've never seen a point of using these. In my eyes, it's the same thing that you have here. So if you create a new Canva, you are basically creating a new artboard that is not a page and that can be used in a page-ish. I don't see the point. Like, personally, I have no real interest of having that used somewhere else. I just use these instead of Canva. So don't worry about it. Like, realistically speaking, this is a Canva for desktop, and then if I'm creating a new breakpoint for tablet, I'm creating a new Canva for tablet, and then here, if I'm creating a new breakpoint for phones, I'm creating a new Canva for phones, which is basically the same thing as doing that, right? It's giving me something kind of new, but to me, I've never really understood why you would create that. I would say it's easier to do animations, right? You have that and you just create some animations in between your screens. And that's just not good. I don't know. The keyword for Figma has been the bringer of people most of the time, so I appreciate that. Welcome on in. And Athen is your... am I pronouncing the name properly? That's important to me. So yeah, like I would say that it's mostly for animation interactions. You don't need to... I mean, as I said, I don't really use them anyways. But from the way that they behave, it's really similar to the canvas we have for components. Like if I have a button component, it will behave the same. I have multiple variants and multiple states. That makes sense. But yeah, overall this is yeah. This is not what it meant. I think I still have it. I might not have it anymore. God damn. I don't have it. Alright, so I'm making a mistake in pronouncing your name. Cool. Cool. One thing that I hate about Framer, by the way, that why in the fuck can I not delete the fucking file that I just created? Why do I need to archive the project? And then when I archive the project and I go in the archive, I cannot delete the fucking thing. What the fuck, Framer? Twice. I don't get it. Anyways. I hope that helps for the Framer help. Just kind of yeah, I mean the potato design help is when I turned into potato a while back, and that doesn't happen often now because Snapcam is dead, so I can't turn into a potato again and give you advice as a potato, not advice on potatoes. Don't worry about it. GK, yes, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I think I still, I think I have it somewhere as well. It was the same experience for me with Webflow, as in the annoyance of knowing the minimal amount of code that I know, and the constraint of Webflow just made me go back to something else and not Webflow. Yes, please. I think we still have them on my clips thingy. That's yeah. So Oli, for the Snapcam thing, it could potentially work. I'm gonna try something. Maybe the stream will die. We never know. I have no clue. Maybe. So that is a thing, right? But because Snapcam is dead and doesn't exist anymore, I don't know what lenses I have, and I can't technically get out of a lens. So I'm kind of stuck. I do, however, still have some actions on my Stream Deck that are supposed to be linked to things like that, which means that the lens are still working, but I don't know. Like it still works, which is great, but I'm limited in the amount of lenses that I do have. And Raphael, hi, welcome back. How have you been? It's yeah. I don't think I that's that is for Stony, the very French. Yeah. I don't think I can use that anyways. Let me see. If no, I can't even find Snap Camera on OBS because it's not recognized anymore. So not good. I just have that. We used to have effects working with. So, yeah, not the best. Going back there. So if I could use Snapcam, I would reuse it, re-enable it in the stream so that you have something that works, but it's not the case. It's not the case. I don't think it's been a few years. Last time you were here was in 2021. Yes, it's been a few years. Oh my, holy shit. God damn. So yeah, what happens? I moved to Japan. I went back to France. I moved back to Japan. Now I've moved for a longer time. My visa is officially ending in May. So I'm trying to get a job to expand my visa to stay there forever. Or at least 1 more year, 5 more years, I don't know. I want to get like a visa for 3 to 5 years and see how that goes. So yeah. Let me see. I feel like I missed shit on chat, but no. So yes, I did that, and right now I'm just burning a hole on my bank account, or in my bank account, by not having a job. It's been 8 months. Oh shit. Yeah, that's 8 months no job. That's a lot of spending. God damn. God damn. But yeah, other than that, always good. The thing is, the fuck you money is going away. That's the main issue. If I had a way to get my fuck you money up, it would be fine. But currently, as I said earlier, the fuck you money is just for the cakes. Just eating cakes with that, paying rents. Like, it's kind of weird for me to pay rent because I don't pay rent in France. So going from no rent at all to the rent of an entry-level designer salary monthly. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you could. It's not that expensive. Um, the thing is, the flat is full of things from me. Like all my clothes, all my stuff, all my tech, my computer, my screens, all of that is still there. And I if I had emptied the flat before I left, then yeah, I would. Yeah, I would have been able to have someone rent the flat for like a year. But also, it feels weird to just give them some sort of a. You get a year. That's it. You could still sell everything, yes. So yeah, the reason being because I knew that my visa right here was for 1 year. I wanted to keep the flat. If, for example, if I get a visa for 5 years or 3 years right now with a new company and something here, the flat in Paris is gonna, sadly, I'm gonna ask my sister to empty it and then put it to rent, like something, so that we can have a bit of an income. Not much, but still. It's probably gonna be like $800 divided by 2 ish, plus taxes. Fuck taxes. And like, no, not even freelance work. I haven't done freelance work really. I don't have. I mean, the affiliate money gave me 67 euros in a year, and selling icons gave me 240 euros. So that's it. The most money I got was from Twitch, I think. Since the beginning of the year, since I came back here, I think I made $800. So in total, I probably made 1,000-ish in 8 months. That's not viable. It's not a viable amount of money. Manny, hi, welcome on in. Oh, I have like him. That's kind of fine. That's the thing that happened is I saved, as I said, I saved money for 3 years to be able to stay here for a year-ish, like a year and a bit more, and be fine. And then I have more savings that I'm not supposed to touch. But if I really need to, I have more savings just in case. So, money-wise, it's fine. It's annoying. It's expensive, all of that. But I would rather have like a job or something. And actually, the flat is not that bad. Ish. It's great when it comes to light, if you're into that. Like the main room has 4 windows. It's calm-ish, and it's not, I mean, for me, I'm someone who lives in small spaces. I love that. It's not too small, it's not too big either. It was, compared to what I'm having now, like, I think this is 10 square meter more than what I have in France. I think in France it's like 21 square meters, and this one is 33, so that's right, a bit more. But yeah, no, the shape of the room is kind of not great. But yeah. Yeah, I can see the Eiffel Tower from one of my windows, from the kitchen window. If you go on the balcony and you lean a tad, you have a straight view of the Eiffel Tower. On like the Christmas and New Year, you can see the fireworks, and on the daily when they just do the lights, you can see them if you put your heads through the window at the right time. But yeah, as a French, it's not that good. Let me see if I can find a picture, because I know that I took pictures of the Eiffel Tower specifically from that window a while back. A while back being when I moved in, ish. Yes, also yes. We talked about the plan when I moved in. Can I find these? Yeah. Resume is currently 2 pages. We had to reduce it to make it fit. So it's about here, but I don't see. Maybe on this one? Nope. Could have been. Isn't. And Oli, I don't know what that is. That castle. I know. Yeah. I have a thing with name. I don't know name of buildings. So I probably know what it is, but have never trying to find a picture right now, so I can't Google it. What the fuck is that thing? What's the Queen's favorite castle? Alright. Shit happens. Ah! That song is better than the previous one. Thank you for the link. I appreciate that. God damn. Well, can't find that picture. That's fine. You want to see internet speed? Internet speed. It's 22. It's 10 p.m. That's it. God damn. God damn. Yeah, never seen that. Never seen that ever. Yeah. I have never seen that castle before. But also, I need someone to raid in the next 2 minutes because we're gonna try to end on 420 as always. Kaleo is live. Do we go for Kaleo? It's been a while. We could. Bad Cop is live. Which one we want to go? It's not. It's 22 for me. All right, Kaleo it is. Cool. It's been a while. Rafa, I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming back. It's been indeed a while, but yeah, have a lot of things. As I should press the button at 18 and 30-ish seconds type of things. Clear off, hi, welcome on in. I'm about to press the button for the raid. Raid message doesn't exist. Will never exist. You can create one if you want to. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Bad AOA, bad.
Perfect. So, as a quick reminder, this VOD is going to be on Twitch, but also is going to be on the private channel, not private channel, private playlist, unlinked playlist, whatever shit it is, I forgot, on YouTube. Full media, that's what I'm saying. Join the Discord if you want to know where I'm live and when I'm live. All of that. Also, share your fucking assignment, this week's assignment, and tomorrow's assignment Tuesday, so I shall be back tomorrow at 6:30 Japan time, all of that. If you want to stalk me on the internet, do that. Would not recommend, but whatever. And yeah, I said bitch a lot, I said shit a lot, and I said fuck a lot. And if you want to give me money, you can sub to this channel, which is not recommended because you give money to Amazon. So if you want to give me money differently, Mom, do that. Buy a UI kit or an icon kit, something like this, and you can become an affiliate. Anyways, enjoy the rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Be kind to each other. Let's read Khalil. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. All that. Bye.